It's working now, I think. Let's find out. I was frozen for a second. I think it's working now. Get that out of here. All right. I know my thumbnail's off. It's showing a size contact, but these are Leica R. So, oops. My bad. And you're gonna hear machines all day today, again, because I am in my backup office. It's louder than I would hope. So we're doing Leica R. These are probably one of, if not the most popular lens that we get for the Cine-Mod. James, you ended up watching all of them? That's like, it's probably like 8 hours of content. Thank you. That definitely, that's encouraging that people are watching them after they're live. We're not, We're not trying to monetize or get anything out of this. We're just really trying to stay connected with people throughout the whole Corona mess. And so far, I'm enthused. Two times speed. That works. All right. First lens today, 19mm version 1, not the version 2. Much bigger front. That's not going to focus. I don't know why I'm showing that. There, this one will focus. Top down well. I don't know where I set the focus, but I guess it's right in the center. So it's in pretty good shape. There's a little bit of marring on the anodizing, but the mount's in good shape. A tiny, tiny bit of brassing. Overall, pretty good. Focus movement's beautiful. Doesn't need anything. Iris is a little lumpy, but it doesn't matter because we're declicking anyway. So, yeah. I believe, and this is not uncommon at all. Where is it? There's a fracture. I don't know if that's going to show up on camera at all. It's buried in there. This plastic baffle, it's really just there to protect the rear element. So basically, if you set it down on the back, it doesn't touch the glass. If that wasn't there, you'd hit the glass every time you put it down. But this plastic baffle is pretty fragile, and it looks like it has a fracture. Unless that's just a hair. Nah, I think that's a fracture. We'll know when we take it apart. Thank you, Michael. Me too. I definitely have different genres of music that I listen to for different tasks. When I'm barbecuing in the backyard, it's definitely on a 90s rotation. But yeah, when I'm modding, it's all jazz piano all the time. Normally, it's on a rotation. It's on a Spotify playlist that's all Keith Jarrett inspired. But the first time I did a live stream of the mods, YouTube flagged it right away. And it's actually, I don't think it even shows because of all the flags. So I signed up for a, I forget what it's called, like a licensed music website. So it's all legit now, and I pay for the music, but it's nobody you would ever recognize. It's just sort of random jazz piano, which is fine. I've had my swimmer coins declicked by Classic Camera in London already, but the ring moves under its own weight. That's because they didn't declick it, they just removed the ball bearing. Declicking which sounds snotty when I say it, but there's a very specific way to declick a Leica R and not have it creep on you. And camera repair shops that don't understand what we're doing, what the purpose of the declicking is, don't know how to do that. So, yeah, there's an extra procedure that needs to go into the declicking process to prevent that slipping. So, okay, where's that fracture? Yeah, there it is. I doubt this is going to focus, but let's see. There you go. See that right there? That is fractured. It's not a big deal, but these little pieces are so delicate, it happens all the time. All right. Grease is... if it's not original, it's at the very least old. But not too bad. Yeah, it's not bad. It's a little liquidy, which means it's kind of broken down over time. That does not look original. That's concerning. I've never seen these pins for the iris black. They're always silver. I don't know why they would be black. But they look factory. They look exactly the same other than the color. That's odd. I've never seen that. How many Summicrons do you have, Michael? And I'm not familiar with classic camera. Is that like a general camera repair place in London? I've only been to the UK once, and I didn't go to London. Typical lens nerd move. I went all the way to the UK, I skipped over London, went straight to Leicester, to the Cook factory. I don't think I ever even left Leicester. 35 and 50. It's like a new section. Oh, nice. That's like we have that here in the States. Steve's Camera. They like specialize in. I don't think they do new stuff, but they specialize in the repair of Leica cameras and lenses. Not cine stuff though. You know, they'll do. It sounds very similar. Like they'll do declicking if you ask them to, but they don't necessarily know why they're doing it. There are worse places to go in the UK. James, I'd love to visit Cook someday. They actually, so since I've been there, they moved their entire factory. They were, they had expanded and they had 2 separate factories. And since then, they've moved the entire operation, I think, under one roof to their new factory, which I would love to go back and see. But that was an experience. They had machines and tooling. You know companies like Zeiss and Angenu that have been making lenses forever, but Cook has, I mean, they were really pioneers in optics, and they had some machines and tooling that were from probably the turn of the century. Pretty fantastic. And then I also went to a museum in Leicester that showcased a lot of those technical innovations, and they had a lot of pieces from Rank, Taylor, Hobson, you know, the companies that preceded Cook Optics. And they really did contribute a lot to the field of optics, motion picture or photographic optics. I think they do tours. I think you can schedule a tour. Definitely give them a call. A proper Aladdin's cave. The old hi-fi on the shop floor includes quad. I don't even know what that means. ELS64s. What is an ELS64? Is that like an amplifier? I consider myself an armchair audiophile, like a audiophile light. I spend just enough to get my wife upset about the money I'm spending. She often questions why I have so many headphones. After we get the virus, yeah, I doubt they're doing tours during coronavirus. I know they're working. I know they're manufacturing because we're still fulfilling orders for Cook lenses, so we're getting them, albeit slower, but they are still shipping product. And if Cook is shipping, that means they're building, because they really don't have anything in stock. Almost everything is built to order. This mount's in pretty good shape. Just a little bit of wear. I would say this lens overall is in excellent condition. A good find. Except for that, I hate it when people touch up the red dot for the mount location and they use like nail polish or something and just dab it on there and call it a day. They don't bother cleaning it up. Yeah, much better. Nice and clean. I see the same thing all the time on the focus and iris marks. There's probably one in the set that I'm doing, but they just sort of drop it on there and then leave it. They don't bother tidying it up. There's a right way and a wrong way to fix lenses. James, did you regular tours hook up with Cook online? Yes. Carrie Duffy is a fantastic person to contact. I forget their marketing person's name. I don't know who does the tours, but yeah. I know that they offer them regularly, so you can definitely schedule that. Highly recommend. Quad 64s are electrostatic loudspeakers. Okay. I have a pair of Martin Logan floor speakers that use these fancy wafer drivers. I don't know if I don't think it's considered a driver if it's a wafer, but the tweeters are their wafer technology, which is kind of cool, I guess. I've never had an issue with them, but those speakers that I have take a crap ton of power to drive. Meridian speakers. I'm sure Cook has, you know, it's a lot less the Cook factory. Well, again, I haven't been to the new one, but the old one was a lot more humble than you would expect. It's still impressive, don't get me wrong, but I think they're more concerned with their tea breaks than they are the speakers in their lounge. Need a hard surface here. Sorry, you can't really see this, so I can't do it on this because it's soft. I need a hard surface. Currently 20 miles from Duclos and many thousands from 20 miles from Duclos, so you're in LA. Like downtown or Hollywood? Or are you talking about the other direction? Ooh, that feels nice. Hollywood Los Feliz. Very cool. We're in good old Chatsworth. Known for many things, including aerospace engineering, among other things. If you native LA people are watching, you know what I mean. Someday soon I may send my Cook Veritol for service. It might be an oddball if the T-stop markings are odd. But it also needs service. Why are the T-stop markings odd? The Cook Veritol, like a 25 to 250? Okay. It's marked for 2 times Anna. It has 2 times Anna on it. Alright, that makes sense. So somebody put the 2 times rear, but didn't mark it accurately? That sucks. So it's a guessing game every time you go to expose. This does not feel as good as I expected it to be. That's better. Just gotta work that in. That's the weird part. It's even got the zoom marking 40 to 200, like it should. I'd be curious to know who did the anamorphic rear installation and markings. Did they replace the scales, or did they just put like a sleeve over the top of the original scale? Okay. It looks all replaced. It wasn't Technovision. They used red paint for most of their scales. That's a tough one to replace because they had a very unique paint procedure for those old Veritals. So if they didn't match the paint, it would be painfully obvious. We had one of the 25 to 250 cooks in film school. He used to ask my DP to land whip pans with it. I feel bad about it now. Yeah. Yeah, there are worse lenses to struggle with focusing. I feel bad for all the film students coming up now trying to nail focus on VistaVision and large format on a T15 wide open. No thanks. What is that you're brushing on, Drew? This is grease, specifically grease that we use for aperture declicking on most still lenses. It's called Pro 100. It's a lubricant pretty much the same that we would use on a proper cine lens, like a Arri Ultra Prime or a bunch of different. It's German. You know, most German manufacturers would have something similar. Very high quality, very heat resistant. It's not going to turn to liquid when it goes hot to cold, hot to cold. Doesn't outgas, or at least not easily. Very high quality. But shallow depth of field is cinematic. Yeah, that's what makes movies cinematic. As long as we have a lot of bokeh, it's cinematic, right? That's how that works. Your story can suck and your actors can suck and the lighting can suck, but as long as you have a shallow depth of field, you're good, right? Tell that to Greg Tolan. Did a film as B-Cam first summer with Venice and K35s, unrehoused, 85mm only. Yeah, because... Oh, on the Venice, okay. Why 85mm only? Ouch. Shooting wide open? Yeah, that's... Andrew, that's not only shooting wide open, but unrehoused. That's tricky. Oh, that's not bad. I was thinking of Pancros. Pancros would be a challenge. K35s are okay in their original housing. They're almost identical to super speeds. See the original grease in here that I cleaned out for the most part. Come on, focus. Yeah, you can't really see it because I don't have a good reflection. But you can see on this tab here, it's all turned to liquid. There shouldn't be grease there, but there is. I work with a set of Leica R's every day that you modded. I appreciate the work. Awesome, Drew. Glad to hear that they're working well. We've been doing mods, the Cine-Mod in particular, for 15 years, I think. That looks way stiffer than mine. Was the secret second part of the process? What's the hip? Was that a bit? Oh, it was off the camera because I have to. It has to be on a hard surface. I don't want to do it up here. That's awkward. But that's part of it. Yes. It's not that stiff. It's just fluid. It's nice and viscous. And it doesn't have the hard stops because this piece has these tabs in here that create the hard stops. So I'm trying not to run it too hard, because it can go past its travel right now. So I'm just being cautious to slow it down. Are the lenses you're working with right now from the German or Canadian factory or a mix? I don't care. This is Canada. It doesn't, people get so hung up on the country that they come from, but it really doesn't matter. Wherever it was assembled, they still shared glass. So a lot of the glass from Elcan, which is their Canadian factory, Ernst Lights Canada, Elcan, a lot of that glass went to Germany to be put into the lenses that were assembled in Germany. So they're all mixed anyway. There's no, there's not one is better than the other. People get really hung up on finding a set that's all German or all Canadian. But it shouldn't matter too much at all because the glass was so hodgepodge. Not in a bad way, just that's how they manufacture their glass. Leica has a factory now in, can't remember, somewhere in South America that I feel like if people knew that the stuff wasn't coming from Germany, they'd be less inclined to buy Leica. But a lot of Leica's stuff, mechanical and optical, comes from their South American factory. I'll go through them one at a time. This one's from Canada. I have another one exactly the same as this next that is also going to be Canadian. Okay, where's my... I'll put that in last. I'm running out of space. The 40mm Summicron M match with the Leica R set? I doubt it. The M's are a different beast altogether. I mean, none of the R's match, really. Everyone's all hung up on getting a matched set of Leica R's, but the performance from lens to lens throughout that line varies so much. I think we've reached the point in globalization where good products can be made anywhere and bad products can be made anywhere. It's just about the people making them. I completely agree with you, James. That couldn't be more accurate. We're in a global economy. It doesn't matter where the stuff comes from as long as it's made well. Some of the best glass right now is coming from Korea and Japan, even for the German manufacturers, and people are still hung up on German quality. Hence the 3D printer behind you. The 3D printer behind me is strictly, I mention this in every stream because someone always mentions it, but strictly for prototyping. We use that to print parts that we make, new products that we make and design. But all of our manufacturing is done at proper machine shops around our office. It's one of the, I was joking earlier about what Chatsworth is known for, because if I'm being completely honest, it's the adult film industry. At least it used to be. But within a 2-mile radius of us, we used to have had Rocketdyne, Litton, Boeing, Pratt & Whitney, who else? Can't remember. We had every major aerospace manufacturer right here. And they all kind of dried up over the last 20 years. But all the machine shops that serviced those aerospace companies are still here. So we have a massive plethora of machine shops to choose from that when we give them a super tight tolerance or an exotic material, they don't have a problem at all. So that has been a huge benefit to us. China's getting involved big in cinema cameras and lenses as well. China is, and a good example there is the companies that are copying other products. Their stuff's junk. It's still junk. They're not innovating anything. They don't care about customers. They care about moving product. But then you have companies like Laowa that are making unique new products, and they're fantastic. They make, their own designs, their own products. There's still room for improvement in the mechanical build quality, but the fact that they're designing and making new products bodes well. I think that is the future for China. think Chinese manufacturers still have to get over the good enough mentality, which is exactly what Korean manufacturers did. Korean manufacturers have gone above and beyond, and they're really stepping it up. But some of the Chinese manufacturers are still in the meh, it's good enough, ship it. I don't know if this has been mentioned before, but has Leica talked about building another set of glass outside of the Thalia primes for LF coverage? If they have, I couldn't talk about it. Andrew, yeah, the Lights primes are their newest ones, but they are pricey, to say the least. I was thinking something like smaller and lighter. I don't know why I didn't think of the Lights primes. What's the most common problem, mechanics, and optics with Leica R? Most common problem? I don't know. That's a good question. My magnet's wearing out. Mold on older lenses. Yeah, but that applies to every lens, not just Leica R. Oh, I might have installed that too early. I don't know if this is going to be able to reach. Yeah. Bummer. No big deal. Leica R's, I'd have to say, it's not a problem. It's just the people are the problem. The most common thing we see go wrong is over torquing of the focus, and it either goes past the focus stop or breaks something because they're using a torquey motor that the lens was never designed to accommodate. Do you have any info on the announced Miike S35 and FF lenses? Are they copied designs like the Micro Four Thirds lenses? The Micro Four Thirds ones weren't copies necessarily. That was that whole thing's all very business political. Miike didn't copy Vedra. They just needed to get rid of the inventory they had, the designs they had. But their S35 and full frame stuff, they sort of jumped the shark on announcing that. They have some very, very enthusiastic people working for them, you know, ambassadors, that are maybe not guiding them in the right direction, in my opinion. Michael Grugel, I haven't seen you in years. We did some mods for you, right? Yes, sir. I've been around. Left Disney. Yeah, weren't you? Weren't you at Hulu for a while? Or maybe you were managing... Can't remember. Or you were like managing content for Hulu? Bumped into you at ABC like a year ago. ABC? Why was I at ABC? At Disney? I know I've been to like Disney Animation. Maybe I went to the ABC building while I was at Disney Animation. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of someone else. I used to work at Nordhoff and DeSoto. Hey, that's down the street from us. What's that? Nordhoff and DeSoto. Nordhoff and DeSoto. That's just an intersection. It's like a big office building. I think there's a dispensary there now. Oh no, DeSoto. That's used to be Lamplighter. ABC building commissary. Yeah, I was probably there for Disney Animation because I have friends at Disney Animation. Would you say there is a noticeable difference between serial XXXX? No, I would not. I have a rant I'll go on about that in a second, Tobias. Light Cine M.8 versus Leica R, what's the difference? The M0.8 lenses are just the Leica M lenses with a slightly different body, or external body, even though the internals and the glass are all the same. So it's really just repurposed M lenses. Graham, good morning. How are you? I hope you're enjoying V2, Graham. I can say that because nobody else knows what I'm referring to. Oh, my rant about the serial numbers. So I know that that's common. A lot of people try to match the serial numbers as close as possible, hoping that the image quality matches. But I've long been an advocate for individual testing, completely regardless of serial numbers. The reason for that is you can have two serial numbers that are extremely close, like within a couple digits, and one lens was cared for really well over the last 20 years and the next serial number was cared for very poorly. Just because those serial numbers are close doesn't mean you're going to get similar results out of those two lenses. In theory, yes, it helps, but the condition of the lenses is far more important than the serial numbers. And I've been trying to drive that home with people because they're so hung up on matching the country of origin and the serial number and all sorts of things, but it's just not that important when you look at the grand scheme of things. V2 is excellent. I agree, Graham. I agree. I am having a blast with V2. Teamer and I have been trading V2 tricks back and forth. Moving forward, will you see more manufacturers adopt the Arri LPL mount? I highly doubt it. I don't see the benefit of LPL. I know Arri is championing it because they want to have something exclusive. They want people to buy signature primes, which as far as I know are not selling well at all. But I really struggle to see the benefit of LPL mount. It's not that shallow. For example, Arri touts the mirrorless shallow flange depth of 44 millimeters for Arri LPL mount. Canon EF has been 44 millimeter flange depth for the past 40 years or something. I don't know how long has EF been around. It's not revolutionary. It doesn't help that much compared to other mount systems, modern mount systems. Michael, totally attest to that. 50mm inherited from my dad, 35 bought in London years apart. His serial numbers are within 9 digits. Wow. That's probably the closest I've ever seen. Still matched well, but one wasn't that well looked after. Yeah, so there you go. As a perfect example. Just because those numbers are close doesn't mean you're going to get a matching pair. See, now we have that hard stop back in there. Nice, clean, crisp, fluid movement. You know, clean, crisp end stops and a fluid movement. Very nice. Oh my gosh, my phone's going nuts with notifications. Go away. You put it on put it on silent. Not silent. Night mode, whatever. Do not disturb. In your entire career, have you ever broken a lens? Of course. If a lens tech hasn't broken a lens, they're not a lens tech. Anybody that claims that they're a lens technician and they've never broken a lens has not been doing it long enough. I'm not proud of it, don't get me wrong, but I am human and mistakes happen. I'm missing a cap here. There we go. Why do you think people aren't buying the Arri signatures? Primarily the price and the fact that you can only use them on an LPL mount camera. You can't put them on PL mount. You can't even put them on a. I mean, you can convert cameras like a Venice or a Red to LPL mount, but then that's it. You can only use LPL lenses on it. So I don't see the benefit at all. What do you gain with the signature primes that you don't get in something like Zeiss Supremes or Sigma Cine or anything else that is the same focal lengths? I mean, give or take a couple millimeters. T1.5, same coverage. Dinner time in the UK. Enjoy your dinner, Mr. Sanders. I will say, in defense of the signature primes, they are probably the cleanest lenses I've seen. When they launched those, they had a big press event at Paramount Studios, and they had a bunch of slides about how the lenses aren't perfect and they have character and they're not clinical and all this stuff, all the buzzwords that you would want to hear in a modern lens. And when I got my hands on them to test them in a proper test environment, not just on their camera at the event, it was the exact opposite. They're perfectly sharp, they're super crisp, they're super accurate, no distortion, no aberrations. They're the opposite of character rich. They're a very good, very well designed lens. So seems like Arri was just trying to hit all the marketing hot terms, but in the process they completely missed the mark on what their product actually was. What do you do with these Leica mount lenses? Wait, Leica mount the Leica R's? What? What do you do with these Leica mount the Leica R's? I don't know what you're saying. What do I do with them? The lens? It's not mine. It's a client's. I send it back to the client. That barely fits in there. The leftover. Oh, the R mounts. The R mounts are still on the lens. The only thing that's left over is these bits. Focus. There it goes. The mount itself stays on the lens. The bits go in there. This is a new-ish collection of hardware. We save everything and we end up reusing it if we need to. You know, if someone sends in a Leica R and the mount screw is completely stripped, we'll replace it with one of the much better ones that we have. Oh, this one's in almost identical condition. It's almost the same little blemishes on the anodizing. The iris feels better on this one, much better. focus is almost identical. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, nothing gets thrown away after the mods. If there are actual parts left over, like, trying to remember. Oh, like on the Mamiyas, if we do the PL conversion, all those parts go back to the customer. Because we're actually removing pieces. But hardware, like screws and springs and whatnot, we don't bother because customers usually don't even see it once they get the lens back. So we hang on to them. Do you have a hunch of one lens that will increase value in a few years? No, I don't. Vintage, anything vintage is going to continue to go up in value. K35s, Pancros, super speeds, maybe even ultra primes. They're kind of low right now. That might go up, but that proper vintage stuff is going to continue to go up because it's only going to become more rare. That's the issue right now is you can still get super speeds and K35s, Kowas I think are going to go up also. You can still find them, and they're expensive, but they're still not too hard to find. But once they get used more and more, they're becoming more and more popular. And once they're on set more and more, they're going to get used more and more. They're going to get dropped more and more. And eventually the supply of parts is just going to run out, and they're not going to be fixable at a certain point. Especially the glass that we can't manufacture anymore. Mechanical parts you could always make new. You can remanufacture, but the glass, it's literally illegal to manufacture some of that glass. So once that glass runs out, they're going to become more rare, and the price is just going to go up. Many of my lenses went under saltwater in Katrina. A 135 f2.8 Vivitar still lens ever seized up. It re-greased with Texaco waterproof outboard grease. Grease my dad had in the garage. Okay. So there's a set of Zeiss super speeds, a full set of super speeds. I'll back up a little. In our lobby, we have a fish tank. I think it's 40 gallons, 30 or 40 gallons. And in the bottom of our freshwater fish tank is a full set of full super speeds, not shells or bodies or whatever. It's an actual set of super speeds, fully submerged. And people come in all the time and they think that we're just being jerks, like we wasted a full set of super speeds. But the fact is that they were in a very similar situation. They were in a hurricane. They sat in someone's basement underwater, under salt water, for weeks before they were able to get back to their house. And by the time they got out, by the time the lenses got out, they were toast. Completely garbage. Just entirely corroded, unsavable. So we bought the lenses off of the client with the intention of putting them in this aquarium. So it's a good conversation piece, but we have to make a sign or something that tells the story, because people think that we're just being a-holes and throwing away super expensive rare super speeds. With this pandemic, my lenses are stored in the case. Do you have any tips to prevent fungi? Desiccant. Lots and lots of desiccant, and change it out frequently. I think we're gonna start selling desiccant on our site for just that reason, because a lot of people are storing their lenses right now. But yeah, you can find, I mean, go on Amazon or eBay or something. You can get desiccant, or sometimes sometimes you'll find it referred to as silica gel or silica packets, but basically just moisture absorbent material. So get that loaded in your case with the lenses, and change it frequently, because it'll absorb that moisture. So if it absorbs that moisture and then you just let it stay in there with the lens, all it's doing is drawing in more and more moisture, and it's useless. You have to change it out frequently. There's some silica packets that you can put in an oven and bake out the moisture. I don't really like those because I don't trust them. Silica gel and desiccant is so cheap. Just buy a bulk pack and switch it out every couple weeks to make sure you're getting that moisture out of the case. There's those black pins again. That's so weird that both of these lenses have that. Maybe I just never paid attention. The fact that two 19mm version 1s back to back have them means that I'm not paying attention. It's not coincidence. Low humidity, sunlight to reduce fungus. Yeah, I mean, sunlight helps, but don't put them out in sunlight if it's humid outside. Completely depends on where you are and what the climate is. But you're not going to have... Fungus needs two things. It needs a lack of sunlight and it needs moisture. So if you get rid of either of those, you're pretty safe. It's easy to get rid of light. You just put them in a case and close the lid. But if there's already moisture in the lens or in the case, then you're not gonna be able to prevent the fungus from spawning. So you definitely want to pay attention to the moisture part. That's your best bet. Any recommendations for a 24 and 35 to pair with Mamiya Secor C? That's an age-old question. Yeah, because their 24 is a fisheye, I think, in that set, right? Or if it's not a fisheye, it's a obscure design, something. Andrew, what format are you shooting that you're trying to pair with the Secor Cs? I've been using the spare time from the pandemic to inventory my random stills lenses and make hard decisions on what to sell. They deserve a better life than sitting on a shelf. Yeah, I'm right there with you, James. Over the last, 5 years, I've narrowed down my random stills lenses, because I've gone through so many different changes with formats and camera systems. I used to have a ton of Micro Four Thirds stuff. I have practically none left. I sold a lot of that. I only have 2 lenses left for my Phase 1 system. And then I have a ton of full frame vintage stuff, but I could definitely do with some choice narrowing. That's odd. See, this is another example of what I was saying before about the paint. Let this focus. it looks like someone tried to repaint the dot. You see a tiny bit of excess paint there, but it obviously leaked into this iris and probably didn't help the movement. So someone literally put paint into their iris. We see all kinds of weird stuff like that. Yeah, there it is. And it's soft too. It's like, it's not enamel, it's almost waxy. Maybe like a China marker or wax crayon. What's it called? Grease pencil. Full frame C500 Mark II. Oh, then your options are limitless. I mean, you've got tons of stuff to pair with those. If you're only trying to cover full frame on the Secor Cs, I would try. That's a good one. Maybe try Nikkor AIS series. That's a good start, but might be a little too dramatic to pair with the Mamiyas. If that's not close enough, you could try Zeiss contacts. Well, no, that's not a good. There's an 18 in there. Yeah, you could try the contacts. I would start with the Nikkors, the AIS series, because they're fully manual. And if it's not good enough, jump to Zeiss contacts. That's one. Someone was asking before about what lenses are going to go up in value. I highly anticipate the Mamiya Secor Cs going up. They've already started to go up because of how good they are with the mods that we do and the PL conversion. But they're still relatively easy to find and priced nicely. So Mamiya Secor C, the 645 mount, not the RZ mount. Duclos has glowing ink for Leica R marks. We do have luminous. There's different types of. Everyone sort of lumps them into the same category. There's different terminology, different materials for that kind of paint. There is luminous paint, which is like glow in the dark. It's what most people refer to as glow in the dark. Then there's fluorescent paint that will glow when you hit it with UV light, but it just looks normal without the UV light. So we do both of those. They've, it's hard to justify it for Leica Rs because that's a lot of labor. $17 people in chat getting exclusive on that. Yeah, whoever has Mamiyas already and is trying to build a set, I apologize because I just skyrocketed your prices. We had a set of Mamiyas come in about a year ago. And the guy said that they had already been converted to something, but he couldn't really figure out what the mount was. And I said, all right, send them to me. I'll see if we can do our PL conversion. And got the lenses, and I looked at it. It was a BNCR mount conversion, and I had never seen that before. I couldn't figure out why somebody would want to take the Mamiyas and convert them to BNCR mount. And the work looked pretty good, but I couldn't figure out who did it. So I asked the guy, he said, I don't know, that's how I bought them. So I brought them to my dad and showed him the BNCR mount conversion. And I said, hey, what do you think of this? Can we work with this? And he said, oh yeah, I did that 20 years ago. And it blew my mind. Like, I had no idea that that had been done, and not that it just had been done, but he had done it himself 20 years prior. So he had the spare parts. He had all of the bits to put them back, and it was a cool exchange. Almost coffee refill time. What other lenses should I mod on stream? What do you guys want to see? I started doing this just to stay social since our office was closed to the public. But I have a feeling that people are going to get bored watching the same mods over and over. Do you have a PL mount for the Leica R primes? I know you have it for the Leica Zoom. I don't, Max. I do not have a PL mount for Leica primes, Leica R primes. It requires a full rehousing, like we do with the Zoom, the 70 to 180, which I've never gotten into because other companies did it for much, much less than we would have ever done it. And we learned our lesson with that a lot of people are more willing to buy the cheaper version at lower quality than they are the much more expensive version for better quality. So instead of spending more time justifying why our conversion is more expensive than someone like GL Optics or KimCam or something like that, we just didn't. We never got into it. I believe Zero Optic is doing Leica R PL conversions, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think they're ready yet, but they will. Any Mamiyas that come to the shop? I've got a lot of Mamiyas here right now that are slated to be modded, but they're all partial mods. So it's not possible with the old housing. No. There's no PL conversion. It has to be a full rehousing for the Leica Rs. The reason it can't be done on the original housing is, you know, if the mount was on here, that's the flange depth right there. Sorry. Well, here, I'll do the top down. Flange depth is right here, or the flange is right here. That's it's going to be EF, which is 44 millimeters. So from here to the sensor plane is 44 millimeters. PL is 52 millimeter flange depth. So from that same sensor plane to the PL mount, it's somewhere about here. So the PL mount would have to be right here. It's just not going to work. The whole lens would be inside your camera body, and there'd be no way to focus it or rack the iris or anything. So, not going to happen. Physics. Can't cheat physics. I love physics. Okay. Anything random, unique is always appreciated, but Leica, Nikon, etc. are still great because the Q&A interaction in the chat is always something new. I agree, James. That's, honestly, I could sit here and mod whatever, but getting the questions from you guys and being able to share my experience, that's why I'm doing this. I mean, I'm going to do it anyway because it's work that we have, but being able to interact with everybody makes the whole experience much better, since we're not quarantined anymore. But yeah, that was, like I said before, that was kind of the reason I started doing this. Was normally I'm in my normal office, which is shared with other people, but now that I'm in my engineering office, it's just me in here. It's quiet. It gets kind of, sounds depressing, but it gets kind of lonely. So I figured, I'll start live streaming and you guys can all experience it. So as soon as I'm done with these mods, I'm going to jump back to engineering, which would be cool to show, but I can't show you guys products that we don't have released yet. Can't show you the engineering process, unfortunately. That would not do well for business. But you get the idea. Lots of CAD, lots of numbers, lots of engineering. Can you say what you're working on? You mean the lens or the engineering stuff? Ooh, almost lost it. If you guys do any manual matching, that would be cool to show. What do you mean manual matching? You mean matching the lenses? Like color matching? Yeah, that's kind of boring. It's a lot of setup and a lot of computer work. Not much to show, really. Not the lens. Yeah. The engineering stuff I'm working on right now, you know what? I think I can show, I don't know if my screen share will work for this. Oh, machining. I thought you said matching. Machining. You did say machining. Yeah, I could show the lathe stuff, but it's, when I do the mod streams, I have them all cut prior. Because showing the shot, I mean, it would just be loud, and I'd have to get a camera that I can move over there. This whole setup right now is very rigid. It's all mounted onto my bench, so it's not easy to move it around, but I could look into that. That would be interesting. The thing I'm working on now, how do I show this? Is this gonna work? Where is that thing? I'll show it and I'll see if any of you guys can figure out what it is. That'll be fun. Little guess that product. Where did I put that? Here we go. Nope, nope, that's not it. Shoot. Where is it? Oh, here we go. No items. Oh, it can't show a TIFF. Okay. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, my file system is so deep. I have to go like 5 folders in. Okay, how do I do display capture? Window capture, that's what I want. There you go. Guess away. I'll tell you guys what, the first correct guess, I will send a Duclos t-shirt of your choice within the US. I'm not shipping to Eastern Europe. Extension tubes, that's too vague. I need something more specific. You're very, very close. And time's up. But you're very, very close, Max. Nikon PL to LPL, nope. Nikon to PL, nope. Good guesses, though. Close focus adjuster? No. I mean, close. Extend the flange PL to PL. No. A couple of these are very close. PL to PL macro tube. Nope. Close. Close. Now I'm going to feel like a jerk because you guys are so close and I'm saying no. Leica R to PL. Nope. Fast X to PL. No. Not. You're getting farther away. Expansion tubes, but it's really small for that. They are not expanders. Someone was a couple people that were close with extension tube, but I need more specific. The magical EF to PL. No. That exists, though. You just have to have optics in it. Tokina makes that EF to PL. And it is magical. You do sacrifice some image quality, though. I will say that. 12mm expansion tube. Nope. It is a 20mm. But I need the mounts. Nobody has said the correct mount. Mount to mount. Exacta to MTF. Exactly. Get it? No, that's not what it is. If I had to spend time engineering an Exacta to MTF mount, I should not be an engineer. Because that's very easy. PL to RF. No. That's been done many times already. Not interested in doing that myself. I shouldn't say many times. Photodiox is already doing that, I think. I think Wooden Camera is also doing it. I'm not sure. It's not a locking EF mount. No, it is not a locking EF mount. 20mm PL to PV. Nope. You guys are so close. You're dancing all around it. Or PL, PV to PL. Bingo, Max got it, finally. Max Musterman, LPL to LPL. Close enough. It's not an extender. It's an extension tube. Yeah, so it lets you take an LPL lens like a signature prime, put it on an LF, and get ultra macro focus. That was a world exclusive. Outside of a couple rental houses that have seen that product, we have not talked about it at all. XPL to XPL, close enough. Max wins. Max gets the Duclos t-shirt. Exacta TopCon was a standard in eye doctor high-end cameras. I'm trying to remember if there's any Exacta stuff we have for eye stuff. Another fun fact. Where's my? I gotta get rid of that. So I mentioned earlier about my father, you know, that conversion that he had done 20 years prior, because he's been a lens technician practically his entire life, since the mid 70s, I think, or late 70s. And my grandfather was an optometrist for his entire adult life. So optics have been in the Duclos family for 3 generations. Shipping to Switzerland. Oh, I said no Europe. Maybe I can work something out. I do love Switzerland. Drop me an email, Max. I'll see what I can do for you, since you got it. There's some good guesses in there. But yeah, we've been working on that project for a while because we had to get basically had to get approval from ARRI because we're a service partner already, so it was not too difficult, but it was time consuming. So LPL to LPL extension tube. Sorry, I'm doing everything off camera again. Did my music stop? It's like dead silent. Come back. Uh-oh. There it is. Just bought the Ingenue 45 to 90 f2.8 lens. Do you know of any wide zooms that'll match, or should I just be mixing it with the Leica R set? I would match that with a Nikon, whatever, 17 to 35. That'd be a perfect match. Oh, Max, you're too kind. Let's see. I'll tell you what we'll do then. this. I'm going to give everybody that's watching right now a coupon code. How do I do that? I'm going to call it mod. See if this works. Okay. All right, I'm dropping it in chat right now. Okay. That will give everybody that's watching right now, don't share that. Don't share that code. That'll give you one apparel item for free. Don't use it on the hoodies, those are expensive. Use it on a t-shirt or a hat. You just have to pay for shipping. And you can all thank Max Musterman for guessing correctly. Are you heating up your focus rings to make them stay? I noticed with the last set, you just easily set it aside and just let it sit. Yes, Jay Parker. We warm them up and they slip into place, and then when they cool down, they're rock solid. So it's the only way to properly install a focus gear. The 3D printed stuff is garbage. I'm all for 3D printing, and I love the scrappiness of printing gears, but the stuff that people buy, the stuff that people pay for online, it's just not well designed. Actually, what I should do, I should just release the CAD file, or like the STL, for like every lens gear for free. Just give it to everyone so they stop buying the stuff that's not designed properly. Problem is that people are using, they're just making shapes that look like a gear, but there's so much math and so much engineering standardization that goes into a gear, a proper gear. You know, the pitch, the spacing, the number of teeth, everything. It's extremely specific, and half of the 3D printed stuff that you pay for online does not conform to those standards. So yes, you're getting a toothed ring, but it's not the correct design. So I might just release that online for free so that people stop putting the wrong gears on their lenses. Like, I'm all for people printing their own gears, but don't print something that isn't a proper gear. Oh, like I said, don't share that code. Oh, you know what? Dang it. I can't edit the chat afterwards. Once this video is done, once I post this video, everyone's gonna see that. Well, get your swag now. Get your merch while you can. Can I edit? No, I don't think I can. Oh, maybe I can. Oh, I can. All right. Write it down because I'm gonna delete that coupon code once this is over. Can you just make the code inactive after a few hours? Yeah, I could set a time limit on it. But then if you guys wait to order something, I don't want it to be gone like an hour before you actually placed an order. All right, I need coffee. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I am back. I have opted for the Red Bull instead of the coffee because it's almost noon. Next lens. Got myself a hat. Nice hat, always. 28. This is in fantastic condition. Wow. Oh, I know I talk about it in almost every mod stream I do, but the brassing, or lack thereof in this case. Look at this. I gotta get the right angle. This mount is practically untouched. It's a ROM lens. It's got the contacts. This is in fantastic condition. The rubber, the grip on the focus is still nice and soft. It's not dry or brittle. Focus is a little heavy, but that's okay because it's a super small lens. Hey, where's my light? Did I kill it? Oh no. It's dead. Where's my other? I don't think I have another battery. Huh. that works. Alright. That's pretty clean. Just gonna let that charge. Question about the Nikkor 17-35 to match with the Ingenue. I should look into the manual AIS version. I'm guessing if they both get rehoused with matching mechanics, it would be a good pair. The 17-35 was never an AIS model. It was an AFD, I think. It's still fully manual, but it's much newer than the AIS series. I'm not sure what you mean about rehoused with matching mechanics. I don't know of anybody that's rehousing the 17-35 anymore. If you're talking about the Cine-Mod, then that's different. That's something we would do, but we wouldn't do a full rehousing. I don't know anybody that would. I haven't tested that combination, so I don't know if it would be a good match. I'm just recommending that you try it. I guess Century Optics were the last to do a rehouse. I was concerned about the reversed focus. Yeah, Century has by far the most popular 17-35 rehousing. But I think I would have to research it. I think theirs was based on the Canon, not the Nikon. Yeah, Matt, just exactly. Time to lubricate my screwdriver. Getting squeaky. Right there. Come on, focus. Focus. That's my reminder. Come on. Oh, it's upside down. Got here late. What is the discount code for? 100%. It's for lenses. All lenses on our website, 100% off. No, it's for swag. It's for merch. Century 20 to 70 T3 was Minolta, not Canon, I think, right? The Century 28 to 70, I don't remember. I'm trying to think of if I've ever even seen one of those. It's for an item of apparel, but don't do the, yeah, thank you, James. I mean, it'll work on the hoodies, but those are expensive, so please don't. We don't profit on our merch. We're not a YouTube influencers that make our living on merch. We're basically selling it at our cost to raise awareness, I guess, on set. I personally recommend the Lens Otaku t-shirt, which I'm currently wearing. Oh, you can't really see it. Right there. Lens Otaku. Oh, that got all jittery. That was weird. I don't think we've even talked to or like advertised it, but we now have. Now I totally sound like a YouTuber, which I don't want to, but it's strictly for fun. But we have the original Otaku T-shirt, which is in Japanese, and then we made a Korean version because we have, believe it or not, a lot of Korean clients, especially for service work. So we have it in Korean, which is Lens Gocha, I believe. And then most recently we have it in Chinese because, again, we're starting to get a lot of Chinese customers for service work. Their film industry is booming. And that was an interesting experience because obviously I don't speak Chinese. I don't read or write Chinese. And in the process, I was working with one of our Chinese partners. And I was explaining, we want to do Lens Geek, but in Chinese. And he couldn't really figure out the best translation. One of them that we came up with was, instead of Lens Geek, it was Lens Freak. And he said, well, you could do that, but freak implies like deformed baby. And I said, okay. That's not what we're looking for. It's not quite what we're going after. And I get it, like a freak show. And so we pulled the plug on Lens Freak. But what it does, what it means now, the one we went with, basically in China, they've adopted the term otaku. So the Chinese version still says Lens Otaku, but in Chinese. So it still technically means Lens Geek. Either somebody's burning something in the machine shop here, or somebody made ramen. I can't tell. But I smell something. Yeah, this is in excellent condition. I feel a little guilty modifying it. All right, time for some lubrication. Whoa, now that's dirty. Can Voigtlander M mount lenses get a Cine-Mod treatment like the Noctons or Lights M0.8? I have an answer for you. Let me see if that's on our site. The answer is yes, but limited. Where's Voigtlander? Voigtlander M. There you go. Those are just a couple examples. Generally, we can do most. Oh, why does that 21 not have any mods? We didn't actually modify it. Oh, we just trimmed the front. So for the Voigtlander M lenses, we can usually do the focus gear, the front ring, and then sometimes we can do the declicking, depending on the model. But we don't do any mount conversions for M lenses. This anodizing is super smooth, and the grease is struggling to adhere or stick. I haven't had my Voigtlander M glass modded yet, but Duclos did mod my Voigtlander EF lenses. Hey, Phil! Happy Saturday. Phil, have you put M mount glass on your Komodo yet? I've seen a couple people on the East Coast putting M mount Leicas on the Komodo. I forget who that was. Maybe the Diamond Brothers? Love that 28. Yes, this 28 version 2 is a fantastic lens. Any issues with, well, I guess it wouldn't have issues because it's only Super 35. So, yeah. I say that the 28 version 2 is nice, but it's not a world of difference like it is between the 19mm version 1 and version 2. That, I mean, you could put those images up and I could tell you right away which one is a 19 version 1 and which one's a 19 version 2. With the 28, not that big of a difference. Who makes the RF to M adapter? Phil, is that a Photodiox? Kipon? One of those? I think one of the big difference between the 28s is that the version 2 was much more expensive. So in general, and when I say general, like very general, the chances are it was cared for better than the version 1, which was cheaper. So it's kind of safe to assume that if somebody bought and owned a 28 version 2, they took better care of it than the people that bought the version 1, which was much cheaper. Kipon makes the adapter. I nailed it. Do you guys ever service Hawk glass? Yes, we do. Absolutely. Hawk has a fancy new, I don't know if it's fancy, I didn't get a chance to go to the open house, but Hawk has a facility here in LA now. I believe they do service. I can't remember their technician's name. I think it's Nick. Pretty sure that's who they got. That's one of the fun things about being a lens technician, is that there's only so many of us and we all kind of know each other. So technicians tend to bounce around from place to place. So when a manufacturer opens up a new service facility, it's always that moment of like, oh, who are they going to get? Who's going to go over there? Why do you ask, Phil? Do you have a Hawk lens that needs service? See, this lens is much newer. And Leica learned their lesson with those other plastic focus. These are much more robust, much thicker. The later models have a much more serviceable baffle. Sending somebody with a busted Hawk lens your way. I think the focus seized up due to a drop. Is this a newer Hawk or an older Hawk? Because if it's newer, I might actually just refer them straight to Hawk here in LA. Not to turn business away, but they're going to get quicker results from Hawk in LA. Unless it's a vintage lens and Hawk LA doesn't want to bother with it. I've never dropped a lens in my life. How can that happen? It happens. Was it? I think it was... I can't remember. There was a DP or a director or something that... I'm going to butcher the story, but they would ask the the AC, how many lenses have you dropped? And if they said none, he'd say, okay, never mind, go home. You don't have the experience that I need. Implying it happens to everyone, it's only a matter of time. Maybe that was Werner Herzog? Can't remember. But Max, I agree with you there. I don't think I've ever outright dropped a lens. I think the most common way that happens is someone's mounting it to a camera and they think it's locked down and it's not, and then they let go and gravity takes over. I had a student drop a 75mm Schneider, just as Matthew described, right in front of me. Yeah, it happens. The dumbest thing is handling a lens with the lens cap on the front one. Yeah, we see that. That's one thing that we hammer out of new technicians that come in. You see people pick up a lens from the cap, whether it's the rear or the front, doesn't matter. But if you just grab the cap, you're going to have problems. You're going to drop it. It's going to slip off. It's going to fall. Never, ever, ever grab a lens by just the cap. Okay. Yes. I own a set of Cine-Mod R3. Nice. Those I think are going to be collectibles someday. Phil, I know you have yours. I think the Cine-Zrs are pretty underrated. I will say the version 1 and 2 are not underrated. They're garbage. But the 3s, I think, are underrated. Phil's got the 14. Yeah, I need to see that, Phil. I've never seen that. And I need to know if they have more of those, because I want one. I don't think I've ever seen the 14 in person. Hey there, just popping in. Didn't know you guys were doing live streams. That is cool and surprising and relaxing to watch. Thanks, Mario. Yeah, it's kind of a new thing. I was telling everyone earlier that I started doing them at the height of the lockdown here in LA, just because it was so eerily quiet when there was no other staff here working. So it was really just an excuse to have some people around other than or to replace the staff that wasn't here. Phil's got a bunch of footage with the Komodo. Link it up, Phil. Drop it below. Cine Grill in Switzerland had when they sold it. They had a 14 and they sold it? Oh, mistakes. If Cine Grill had a 14, it was a stolen lens. Really? Are they that rare, Phil? Only 2 made. Yeah, I would very much. So, Phil, if you know there's 2, where's the other one? I must have it. I'm gonna get a Komodo for my live streaming setup. How about that, Phil? Is that overkill? Unknown. A couple of sites list that they have it. I have from Schneider directly. Only okay. Maybe I need to call Peter or whoever else up there. Whoever else in Germany would know. So, Phil, you heard that there's only 2. Was that from Schneider US or Schneider Germany? Germany and US. All right. I'm meaning to take this whole thing apart again to put this gear on. Oh yeah, that's gonna have to come off. Well, maybe not. backtrack. The stolen 14 was taken at NAB years ago, as well as some other gear from the booth locker. Sorry, that's a terrible sound. That's still not going to go. What am I not seeing here? This is cut too small. Or not cut enough. Alright, back to the lathe. We'll set that one aside for now. Okay. Sorry, the machines are getting louder. It's not very relaxing. Okay. There was a 135 Cine Xenar and Xenon FF planned. A little surprised. 135 didn't come to market. Yeah, they had a hard time with the 18 because it took 4 years to release it. I need to bring Matthew my OG Sigma 14, a discontinued dinosaur, and certainly not as good as the newer 14, but love its flair. Yeah, nothing's going to be as good as the new 14. That's a phenomenal piece of glass. Yeah, there's definitely a high pitch. Thank you, Matt. That's the lathe in the back. It's chattering quite a bit. Okay, speaking of the 28, so this is the version 1 that's nowhere near as good as the version 2. It's not bad, it's just not as good. This is also in really, really good condition. A little loose in there. Got some bits on the front there. Is this charged enough yet? There we go. Sorry, it's right in your face. Alright, I think that's just all on the front surface. I'm gonna mute that because it's really annoying. Okay, I think it's gone now. No lens hood. Yeah, the version 1 does not have that built-in hood. Love seeing these clean vintage lenses. Trying to assemble some clean Nikons before I send them for mods. The ones I've got are a little battered. Yeah, Nikons are a little bit harder to find in good shape because, you know, compared to Leica R's, a lot of the Leica R owners, they bought them as collectibles. They bought them as, you know, the surgeons and the dentists and whatever were like the primary customer for the Leica R series. But the Nikon stuff, that was for working photographers. That was stuff that got used, like properly used. So you will struggle to find Nikon AIS series in better condition compared to the Leica R series. Used prices on 28 Elmeri R went from 400 to over 2,000. Yeah. Because it's that in-between focal length. Everybody wants it. Especially on the version 2. Any insight on the Ultranon Leonetti lenses? I heard they're mostly Zeiss contact super speeds mixed with FT24. What's such... Would they need recoding to match different lenses together? No. The coding is like a tiny piece of that puzzle. I don't think that you can mix and match contacts with FD accurately. You can get very close, but they're not going to be perfect. Like I always say though, there's still, even within those lines, within the Zeiss contacts line of lenses, there's a lot of differences model to model. Same with the FDs. Canon never designed those lenses to match each other within the FD line. It's just not a thing. People get hung up on matching one set of lenses to another, but unless you're talking about Cine lenses, there wasn't matching to begin with. So don't get too hung up on matching brand to brand. What are you going to do with this lens? I shall eat it. No. Oh, there's the thumbnail. I'm going to go back and get, there you go. No, I'm not going to do that. We're modifying these. We're going to put an 80mm front ring with a 77mm filter thread. I'm going to put a focus gear. I'm going to declick the aperture and convert the mount to Canon EF. That's what we're doing. I did realize after I went live that the thumbnail for this mod stream was the one from last week with a contacts lens, not a Leica lens. So, my bad. I'll change it afterwards. I'm gonna fix this right now. It's too squeaky. We shall begin. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce your name, and I don't want to butcher it, but I'm gonna say Javid. Is that correct? Please don't hate me if I butchered that. Oh, much better. No squeaky. Nice. Then, in that case, welcome, Javid. The lathe is back. If that gets too squeaky, I'll mute my audio. Sorry. All right. The grease is in pretty good shape. It looks like it was re-greased at least once. This is pretty dry here. All this. That's pretty old. And it looks like there's some pretty severe wear on the anodizing. But we'll see after we clean off the grease. Is there any way to convert it to E-mount completely? Yeah, that's doable, but it's going to be way more expensive than just using an EF to E-mount adapter. So most people opt for the EF conversion, and then they use a high quality EF to E-mount converter, which I get asked all the time, and I will say it here so that everybody hears it. The best EF to E-mount adapter I've tested is the Sigma MC11. They make by far the highest quality EF to E adapter. I can't remember what how much the lens itself costs. I don't know what this one costs. We don't sell them and we don't buy them, so I don't keep track of the going rates too much. Probably a couple thousand. Let me see if I can't get... I don't know how to do this. Aha. Microsoft Edge. What? That didn't work. why you know work. Nope. Where is it? I can't get this window capture to work. Come on. This is going to be useless anyway, but bear with me, I'm learning OBS. OBS doesn't want to look at Microsoft Edge. All right. Get rid of you. Maybe Firefox will work better. Doesn't even show. Oh, Firefox. There we go. Ha! Bingo. Now, where is it? Oh, that's too big. So big. MC11. Where is MC11? Mount kits, maybe. There it is. Okay, Javi, that's what you need. EF to E mount. This is by far the best EF to E mount adapter you can get. $250. So it's going to be more expensive than like a Photodiox or even a Metabones. This one has the electronics pass through, so it will transfer all the metadata, but mechanically and like the build quality of it is fantastic. The other feature that not many people know about, this hole right here goes straight through. Actually, I don't know if it's on the MC11 for E-mount. I think it is, but I'm not positive. And it lets you lock... Yeah. It lets you lock the adapter onto the camera body, so it's way more secure. Matthew, let's talk to Matthew. Hi, Matthew. Is it actually gonna... Oh, I locked myself out. My name is Bob. My email is bob@bobbinmail.com. This is ridiculous. I'm talking to myself through my chat widget. You are lame. All right. Get rid of that. Let's see if Matthew gets that. All right, that's gone. My hat's crooked. And if you guys are wondering, yes, I do answer those chats all day, every day. Unless one of my staff grabs it before me. It's either me, Caitlin, Kelsey, sometimes Brianna. That's about it. Test it out. Not today, but test it out. Alright, back to the lens. All clean on there. Oh, I should drop a link to this in the ASC group. Where is your company located? We are in Chatsworth, California, just outside of Los Angeles. That all right. Back to the lens. Sorry. Okay. Where are you located, Javid? Seems like typing by this keyboard is way more comfortable compared to Apple Magic Keyboard. I haven't used the Apple keyboard in years. Heading out, have a happy Saturday. Thanks. Anytime, Matt. Okay. Do you Samyang whether company accepts to remove internal dust in the lenses? My Cine 3514 got some dust. I think what you're asking is if we service Samyang lenses. And we do, but the cost to repair stuff like contamination in the Samyang lenses usually ends up costing more than the lens is worth. So sadly, it's almost always not worth it. guess this lens would be a great macro lens by reverse ring. You mean this lens? Not particularly. Whoops. Where's my do not answer? Do not disturb. Oh well. Do you ever shoot narrative stuff? I don't. I don't shoot. I'm not a cinematographer. I had a short career as a still photographer that was editorial for the most part. Print magazine stuff, and that dried up long time ago. But any motion picture that I shoot these days is for lens testing, and it's just not interesting stuff. It's all test things. Where can we order these tools? The tools come from all over the place. This tool set you can order from me. Actually, I don't think they're on our site. Focus. This we sell, but the other stuff, you know, the tweezers, the paintbrush, all that comes from all over the place. I heard before you own a Phase 1, that's kind of a nice camera. Yeah. Yeah, I have a Phase 1 100 megapixel, which is a nice camera, but it's unwieldy. I reach for my Fuji X Pro 2 far more often than I do the Phase 1. And if I'm not on the X Pro 2, I'm on, as of late, a Sigma FP, because it's fantastic. Peaceful working environment. It is. Especially on Saturdays. During the week, it's usually not as quiet. Usually during the week, you hear the machines running a lot more often. Did you ever test or tried to do still work with a cine lens or an anamorphic lens? I guess it will be interesting. Yeah, all the time. I used to put cine lenses on my still camera all the time if it was something that wasn't time sensitive. So if I was shooting editorial stuff that, you know, was that was on someone else's time, no way. I never. It just that would slow me down way too much. If I was shooting editorial content like product photos or something that wasn't someone else's time, I would put cine lenses on pretty often, actually. Javid, yes, it is declicked now. That lens was made in 1980, by the way. Was it? Are you peeping my serial numbers again, Phil? You use Litex mounts, right? Do you try your own mount? Can it cut your costs to your own ones? We do use Litex mounts for Leica R's and Zeiss contacts, and yes, we could make our own, and it would cut our costs down. But I really like David at Litex. I like what he did, and I don't feel like copying his products, so I support him and I buy his mounts and install them here. We do make our own F to EF for like Zeiss, Milvis, and Otis, Nikon, that sort of stuff. But for all the other ones, we completely support Litex. Can we order your company tools? Yes, Javid, you can. They're on our website. For not all of them, but some of them. There's certain years I look for. So you're You're headhunting my modded lenses, Phil. Okay. Mostly checking to see if people buying Leica R glass know what they're doing. This particular client definitely knows what they're doing. You guys are great. It was also nice moving with you. Enjoy. Thank you, Max. Is that a heart with the Swiss flag in it? That's pretty awesome. Or is it just a heart with a plus? This one is also in fantastic condition. It's got a little ding, little nick in the anodizing. And that's kind of mushy. But still, the paint, the quality of the engravings here, they're untarnished. It's practically untouched. There's no grime, no dirt, nothing. That's beautiful. It's a little bit of you know, wear and tear, grime in the knurled part, but in the engravings, it's almost like it's never been touched. That's fantastic. And these too, I could tell on the screws on the baffle, I would almost say they've never been touched. They're in fantastic condition. There's no replacement paint or glue or anything like that. You found the Leica red dot. That is the red dot. There you go. I'm sure that's what the universal emoji planners had in mind. Oh yeah, that has never been removed before. Wow. Oh, maybe I take it back. There is some wear on the mount screws. They're a little bit rounded. So either someone tried to fix this or service it and messed up the mount screws, or it has been serviced and they just did a better job on some screws than others. But yeah, these screws are a little bit mucked up. My last mint condition 90mm Cimarron R came from a repaired oil painter. Oh, sorry, retired oil painter in Italy. He used a 15mm to shoot his reference photos, but the 90 was only mounted on his camera for a week ever. That's a good find. Typical Leica customer. Buy it, shoot it once, put it back in the box. Oh, this one's very rounded. Gotta be careful with that. No slipping. I only see one grease in there. That bodes well. And most of this looks untouched. There's a couple scribe marks on the surface here. It's kind of hard to catch the light. Right there and down here. See you later, Phil. Have a good Saturday. Have a good weekend in general. Oh, that's pretty dried up. It's very dried up. Almost entirely dried. There's a tiny layer right at the back here. But for the most part, practically dry. If I'm not wrong, this lens costs 2,200 USD. I have no idea what it costs. You can't buy them new, you can only buy them used, and the value goes all over the place. Whatever somebody's willing to pay for it. I have no idea. I mean, I have a general idea, but I don't follow the prices of Leica Rs very closely at all. unless the client tells me what they bought it for, I rarely ever know what these are being bought and sold for. But this set's going to go straight back to its owner. And other than the mods, I have no involvement in the buying and selling of these. How many Leica M mods out there, and how many with the Noctilux 0.95 in it? Not many. The Leica M lenses don't lend themselves well to the Cine-Mod. They can't be converted to any other mount other than like E-mount with an adapter. Most of the M lenses have the aperture movement at the front of the lens, which means the entire lens has to come apart to declick it, which is not economical. You're basically talking about a full CLA just to declick the lens, which is just silly. And then lastly, a lot of them have the finger notch for focusing, and we have to put a giant notch in the gear to accommodate that, which gets even more expensive. So they're not super popular with our mods. But the M0.8, if that's what you're talking about, the Lights Cine version, there's a couple out there. There's a lot of guys that paired them up with Red Monstro, because at the time it was super tiny, it was super small, and they were full frame lenses that you could keep on a relatively lightweight package. I predict the M0.8s will be much more popular on Komodo, because you can get an M mount on there, M mount to RF mount, and that's an even smaller package, a much smaller package, so those will work really well. But I think most people that are going to be shooting on Komodo are going to want autofocus and electronic aperture, and they're going to want to just control everything from their phone or from a wireless unit, and not bother with manual control. There goes the lathe again. If that gets too chattery, I'll mute the audio. Wow, is that with every lens with the iris ring in the front. Also, the old Zeiss high speed. You have to take them complete apart. For the Leicas, yes, almost all of the M's, the aperture mechanism is at the front of the lens. Well, the actual blades and whatnot are still towards the rear, but the actuation is at the front of the lens. So you have to take apart pretty much the whole lens on all the M lenses. I'm not sure what you're asking about the high speeds. You mean like the super speeds? Or the B speeds? Do you have an idea for cleaning the internal glass elements? I mean, is the cleaning cottons appropriate for internals as well? We use Kim wipes on pretty much everything, even the internal stuff. I would not use cotton. It's too many fibers. Komodo is going to be interesting because the sub 10K cine camera market has exploded lately. Red has their work cut out for them. I completely agree, James. I think Red is stepping into territory against Kinefinity and Blackmagic and Olympus, and even into the almost into like Sony A7 / Panasonic S1H territory. I said Olympus, didn't I? I meant Panasonic for like the GH series. I think my music just ended. Yeah, it did. I don't want to hear the lathe. I want music. Much better. I mean, I can still hear the lathe, but not as bad. EOS as well with dual pixel auto. Yeah, absolutely. C200, 300, definitely. Never got it why to put the iris ring in front of the focus ring is not more complicated mechanically to achieve that. Yes and no. Sometimes you need that space at the back for the focus threads, for the helix. So it completely depends on your your lens design and what your goals are. But it's not uncommon. Oh no. Can you hear that? That's terrible. It's like it's crying. Where is that coming from? Ah, right there. What is the brush called? I don't know. It's a synthetic brush. It doesn't really matter. Atlas Brush Co. I have hundreds of brushes. I use that one because it has a nice grip to it, but there's all sorts of different brushes. I use this one also. Tanis. This one's from Sri Lanka. Doesn't really matter. I use high quality brushes so that they don't shed the bristles. I have other cheap stuff like this. These are synthetic and the fibers fall off all the time, so I don't use that for grease. I use that for cleaning. I've got a set of 5 and would like to CLA them. Any suggestions within Europe? CLA for what? Leica R's? Much better. No more screaming. Let's see, Leica R service within Europe. That's a good question. Somebody earlier was mentioning a Leica shop, but that's in the UK, which I know is technically not Europe anymore. I forget what it was called. It's way at the top. Classic Camera, I think he said. I can't vouch for them. I've never used them. I would check with your local Leica dealer in Athens, and I don't think that they'll service Leica R's anymore, but at the very least they should know who could. Oh, that 35 to 70 though. Is it the earlier version or the later version? Is it the big one, you know, yay big, or is it the little tiny one with the telescoping bits? That'll make a big difference. The later version, the version 2 of the 35 to 70, is going to be extremely difficult to find someone to work on it. Even though it's newer, Leica themselves won't even touch those. I interested in cine-modding fast vintage glass. Nikon F or contact Zeiss. What if it needs to still shoot on the original film bodies also? Easy for the Zeiss. For the contacts, you can still use them even after the mods. The Nikon is a different story because the AIS series has the auto indexing feature, hence the AI. And if we perform the declicking, the camera, a modern Nikon camera will have a spring-loaded tab, a tab around the circumference of the mount that will grab onto the aperture and pull your aperture closed, I think, or open. I don't remember. I think it's open. It'll pull it wide open. So you can't declick Nikon F lenses and then use them on a Nikon body. But the other mods, no problem. You can do a focus cure, front ring. That's not a problem at all. "31 serial number." That doesn't help me. If you have a photo of it, drop a link in the chat or something. Yeah, the later version is a nightmare for service. It's a fantastic lens, though. Beautiful optics, really well built, but extremely over-engineered, and very few, if any, technicians would bother touching that lens. The mount sits underneath the iris ring. Nice design. I think I said it the first time. Gosh, that lathe. I'm gonna mute it, sorry. I'll get to your questions once it's not loud. Sorry. Okay, the lathe is still chattering, but I'll get to these. The 35 to 70, yeah, RI. I don't know how to say that. Creations. He pretty much nailed it. There's a couple different versions. The 3.5 and the 4 are the ones that you can easily get serviced. The F2.8 version, which you would know if you had it. The 3.5 and the F4 versions are maybe a couple thousand. The F2.8 version is like 8 to 10,000. It's a huge difference in price. But that $10,000 one, the F2.8, is the one that very few technicians will touch. Regarding contact size versus Nikon F for optical performance, sharpness, chromatic aberration, etc. There's no firm answer. All of those characteristics, the overall performance, sharpness, contrast, resolution, chromatic aberration, spherical aberration, everything changes lens to lens in both of those lines. That's one of my biggest pet peeves, is when someone says that Zeiss contacts are better than Nikon, or Nikon's better than contacts. They're all over the place in both of those lines. There is no blanket statement for one over the other. Nikon and Zeiss did not manufacture those, didn't design or manufacture those lenses to be matched at all. Do you recommend contact size 51.4 AEJ for still photos? Sure. It's a fine lens. Oh, sorry, it's going to start squealing again. James, thank you for spending 4 hours. Enjoy the sunlight. think I have time for one more. Oh. This one's in pretty good shape. Not perfect. A little bit of road rash on the grip there. Nice clean clicks. There's more oil seeping in there. I just wiped it off the other pieces, but there you go. Focus. That's the kind of stuff that ruins a lens over time. It finds its way places it shouldn't be. New Canon R5 looks pretty serious. I understand there are no mount conversions for that yet, but do you see it being popular for third-party camera makers? Is it hard to know their mount to RF? There's a ton of stuff to RF. You can get it. I mean, Canon themselves makes an EF to RF adapter. And there's a ton of cheap ones out there from like Photodiox and I think Novaflex is starting to make some. MTF services in the UK, I think, is doing some RF is a native mirrorless mount, so you'll be able to put practically anything vintage onto the R5. As far as conversions go, though, Benjamin, I don't think I'll end up doing any hard RF conversions, at least not for vintage photo stuff like Zeiss and Leica. The reason for that is the adapters are so cheap and people are willing to use them. It's very much the good enough mentality. And if I did a conversion to this lens, for example, it would be this lens and then a tube about that long and then the RF mount, which would just look silly. So, you know, looks aside, it would make it larger, heavier, more expensive. Most people wouldn't bother with a hard conversion to RF mount. Ugh. Oh god. This is all sorts of nasty. Not only has this grease broken down into basically oil, but you've got, here, look at this. That's supposed to be grease, not mud. And then you've got, look at this. It's like particles. I don't know what that is. It's not going to focus that close. But there's like pieces of stuff in there. That is not good. Yeah, this grease has basically broken down into oil. See that? See how liquid it is? That's not good. Don't forget, E-mount is a pioneer in this field. Yes, Jeffy, the E-mount, well, some would argue that Micro Four Thirds was the pioneer in that field. But yes, E-mount has definitely become the standard by which people measure mirrorless cameras. Oh, look at that. That is a shard of metal. That is not good. That is a quick way to ruin an aperture. That's one of the biggest issues we have, is that we'll perform a modification like this and then maybe something, you know, falls into the lens after we remove pieces and we get blamed for the aperture or the focus seizing up or something. But there's stuff that's in there already. There's loose pieces in these lenses already that we can't always see. And it happens more often than I'd like, where there's just scrapings, or, you know, a lens was not maintained well, and there's nothing we can do to prevent that other than maintenance, which most people don't want to do. They just want to modify it, call it a day, which is fine. You just have to know the risks. Rangefinder cameras also have no mirror. Very true, Max. Very true. Oh, this is like the saddest song on my playlist. Let's skip it. This is easily the dirtiest lens I've modded today. Ugh. No idea the Leica R 35-70 f2.8 exists. Looks gorgeous. Yeah, it is. I've got the 3.5 with the zoom ring stuck. Is it possible to be fixed? Yes. If you were in LA, opposed to those, I'd say go to Steve's Camera in Culver City. They're like the local Leica. I don't know if they're partnered or authorized or whatever, but they specialize in Leica, and they're fantastic. Steve Choi and his son, whose name I believe is also Matt. Actually, I don't know if his son still works there, but Steve is a wealth of knowledge. Very cool guy. But I don't know who would take that in Athens. Oh, this is pretty nasty. This whole part, this whole painted section is pretty much saturated in oil. What might somebody use medium format lenses, let's say Mamiya Secor C, for cinema use? would it only make sense for something like GFX or anything with larger than full frame sensor? No, it still works perfectly fine. A lot of people use them for Red Monstro because it's slightly larger than full frame. So you get sort of the best of what those have to offer. But yeah, they'll still work perfectly fine on any format sensor. You don't have to use them on medium format. Okay. This is relatively clean. This grease will hold up much better than whatever was in it prior that turned to oil. I say that it turned to oil, but I don't know that. I only suspect. There's also the chance that the focus got old and it dried up, and instead of cleaning and lubing it with a proper CLA, somebody just dropped something like Triflow into the focus, or into the iris to try and loosen it up. But that is not the correct way to go about that. Same for the focus. If the focus gets too light or too heavy, it's not uncommon for a lazy technician to either pack more grease on top of the old grease or drop some Triflow to loosen it up, or try to loosen it up. And it might work for a minute, but in the long run, that's a terrible idea. Medium format for cinema because of the size/weight of medium format lenses. Are there other advantages like larger focus throw? Why would you use medium format other than because you own them? That's it. One might argue that most lenses have a sweet spot somewhere around the 75% image circle point. So if you do subscribe to that logic, then you could say that if you use the Mamiyas, something like the Mamiyas, on full frame, you're putting the sweet spot of the lens on your actual sensor size, and you're throwing away the edges where you might get more smearing or more chromatic aberration. I don't necessarily think that applies across the board. It's kind of a blanket statement. But I've heard that reasoning often. And in theory, you could have better bokeh, but that's going to dramatically depend on the design of the lens. Was that sound a spring-loaded screwdriver, torque wrench? No, it's a center punch. What are the optical limitations that cause mirrorless lenses to need that tube appearance at the back? Is it cramming old design in new form? Does glass need to be set forward a certain distance way? It's just that the flange depth can't change. The lenses are designed for a specific. Sorry, I just died. All those lenses are designed for a specific flange depth, and you have to respect and maintain that flange depth. So if you have say an EF lens, that's 44 millimeters. The distance from the mount to the sensor has to stay 44 millimeters. So all you're really doing is filling that gap between the lens, the lens and the sensor. Oh, duh. There are no optical limitations, though. Your image should be identical, aside from whatever the sensor is doing to the lens. So you still have to consider something like the OLPF and what that's going to do to your image. But optically, there shouldn't be, between the lens and the OLPF, there's no difference whatsoever. Good job, sir. Gotta go to sleep. Oh, jeez. Well, have a good night in Istanbul. Thank you for hanging out, Javid. Sorry, that lathe is getting loud again. you ever seen somebody use those crazy fast projector X-ray lenses for a practical purpose? No, I've not. I see a lot of blog posts and people shooting stuff in their backyard. I've never seen those kinds of lenses used on a production. And done. And that's my last one for today. Thank you guys for hanging out, keeping me company. You can hang out and watch me clean up, but that's about it for today. I'll be here next Saturday. Salvage Circuitry again. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good one. Benjamin, anytime. Always happy to answer questions. All right. Goodbye.